Mary and Jeffrey Dahmer. Why does a first grader know what a serial killer is? I say, boys, we do not play killer games on the playground. Break it up and find something else to do. Then I go over to the poor little confused girl and say, it's a little early for this in your education, but I'm going to introduce you to a wonderful thing called a homonym. Coming in at number 2, said during 3rd grade theater class. I'm passing out a handout, and I pass a row of giggly girls. And one suddenly says to me, Mr. Greg, you smell nice. Her friend next to her says, ew, why are you smelling Mr. Greg? She goes,
Hello, everyone. We're waiting. We are waiting for there to be some lives. In the meantime, we've got Gregisms here. He's a pretty funny TikToker.
I feel this kid come up behind me and it's the end of the week, y'all. Which means it's time for the top 3 things my kids said to me this week. Coming in at number 3, said during 1st grade recess, a little girl comes up to me and says, Mr. Greg, the boys over there are playing a game called Cereal, and I wanted to play and be Rice Krispies, but they keep trying to kill me. Because that makes sense. So I head over to the boys in question and say, dudes, what's this I hear about you trying to kill Rice Krispies? They look at me confused and say, we aren't killing Rice Krispies. She wanted to play, so we made her the victim. I said, what do you mean, the victim? They go, we're playing serial killer. Jesus, Mary and Jeffrey Dahmer. Why does a first grader know what a serial killer is? I say, boys, we do not play killer games on the playground. Break it up and find something else to do. Then I go over to the poor little confused girl and say, it's a little early for this in your education, but I'm going to introduce you to a wonderful thing called a homonym. Coming in at number 2, said during 3rd grade theater class. I'm passing out a handout, and I pass a row of giggly girls. And one suddenly says to me, Mr. Greg, you smell nice. Her friend next to her says, ew, why are you smelling Mr. Greg? She goes, I wasn't smelling him. His scent invaded my space, and I like it. I said, y'all, can we please stop talking about how Mr. Greg smells? But thanks, girl. Coming in at number 1, said by an adorable 2nd grader. So I've been pretty sick as of late and coughing my brains out, and ended up losing my voice. It sounded so harsh and whispery when I would try to speak, I sounded like the gay godfather, Don Cornholeone. But I digress. So I informed this class that they needed to be especially well behaved because Mr. Greg lost his voice. So they're quietly working, and about 10 minutes in, I feel this kid come up behind me and wrap his arms around me. He goes, Mr. Greg, I'm so sorry this happened to you. You're such a good teacher. When did you last see it? I said, what do you mean, when did I last see it? He goes, well, you said you lost your voice. Do you know where you last saw it? My mom always tells me to retrace my steps when I lose something. Come on! I didn't want to burst his bubble, so I simply said, I'm sure I'll find it somewhere, buddy. Find your joy. It's the end of the week, y'all. Which means it's time for the top 3 things my kids said to me this week. Coming in at number 3, said during 1st grade recess, a little girl comes up to me and says, Mr. Greg, the boys over there are playing a game called Cereal, and I wanted to play and be Rice Krispies, but they keep trying to kill me. Because that makes sense. So I head over to the boys in question and say, dudes, what's this I hear about you trying to kill Rice Krispies? They look at me confused and say, we aren't killing Rice Krispies. She wanted to play, so we made her the victim. I said, what do you mean, the victim? They go, we're playing serial killer. Jesus, Mary and Jeffrey Dahmer. Why does a first grader know what a serial killer is? I say,
tell you all, I hope that this music has been officially annoying. And I want it to be. Don't mean for it to be annoying. And I just realized that I actually am streaming to the wrong YouTube channel. But that's okay. Or not the wrong YouTube channel, but the wrong Rumble channel, but it's fine. So we are actually wanting for some TikToks accounts to go live here. But we can go to Twitter for the time being. And we can look. Oh, wait a minute. I think somebody has finally gone live. Maybe. Yes, they have. Hold on 1 second here.
Italiano. Moi, je sais pas. Va être c'est mort dans tous les cas. Il n'y a rien de spécial.
Ouais, ça se calme.
Bon, en tout cas, dans le centre-ville, c'est calmé. Après, je sais pas. Je suis en train d'attendre.
As you can see, there is
Généralement, ici, généralement,
a
avec
À
police
22
vehicle
heures, ouais.
there that they showed briefly on
Ça peut être, mais je
screen.
sais pas où ici. Ça peut être un endroit. Mais va comprendre c'est où.
So they're
Ça,
already
s'ils enlèvent leur tenue et tout, c'est que.
preparing for the
c'est bon.
idea that things are going to get bad.
Je vais rentrer au bercail. Ah ben ça arrive, hein, peut-être c'est le monde de tente, tu vois.
sûrement.
De repos, il faut. Ça noie. Oh là là. J'arrive. Cavale alors, cavale. Ah, je te dis, ils vont tous se tailler, c'est fini. Ils vont tous se tailler, ça y est. On a vu, hein. Oui, d'un coup, hein. Ah, il a pris son texte, lui, il me tue. Tout à l'heure, il essaie de parler.
Je t'ai policier, il dit quoi lui?
Je sais même pas ce qu'il dit. Pas... Je crois que l'interview, elle est finie, ça y est. Ils sont à l'affût, ouais.
So right now, this is the only person that is currently live.
Tu sais que... Ah. Tu sais que je la connais là-bas.
Or at
C'est une
least
gadget de
on
BFM.
TikTok.
Et ouais.
As you can see, people are already
Elle
gathering.
filme tout le temps.
Police
C'est
are already having
elle est là
interactions
sur le
with people.
terrain.
It's calm right now at the moment.
J'ai reconnu direct.
BFM,
Parce que d'habitude, il y avait Brut la dernière fois. Tu vois le bâtiment qui s'est écroulé?
Oui.
J'avais Brut et tout. Elle était là, elle aussi. Elle cherchait à avoir des sources, des renseignements. Tu vois. C'est des petits serpents.
Apparemment, ici à Marseille, on n'aime pas BFM. Hein?
Ils n'aiment pas. Ils n'aiment pas BFM parce qu'ils relaient des fausses infos, tu vois. Des fois, ils disent de la merde. Après, ils sont pas tous mauvais dedans, tu vois. Mais tu en as beaucoup qui donnent pas les bonnes infos.
I can take
À un moment
this
donné, ils sont
banner off
détestés.
that I'm
Ils inventent aussi.
getting food.
Ça arrive.
I do shit like that all the time, like forget to take stuff off. To the 14 watching on Rumble, thank you. This is not normally my typical channel. I started it on the wrong one. I'm going to put a link here to
Lui, il essaie de comprendre son texte
what
toujours.
my channel normally is.
Non, ça pètera pas ce soir. Non, il n'y a plus rien à Marseille.
Let's set up.
Je t'ai dit, ils vont partir. Ça va pas tarder. À minuit, je pense pas. Il est déjà 23h27. À minuit, je pense pas qu'ils vont péter. Ça y est. Ça y est, c'est cuit.
And so the primary channel link is in the Rumble chat. We're also currently live on some other platforms here too. We're currently live on YouTube. We're currently live on Twitter. And we're currently live on Twitch
Tant pis,
as
ça
well.
sera 23h.
I don't typically worry too
Après,
much
tu
about
veux
promoting
qu'une
those
fois, là,
other
y a
channels, but they are there.
Ils ont dévalisé tout ce qu'ils avaient à prendre. C'est fini. Incroyable, Vlad. Ça, il va commencer. Là, il est chaud, là. C'est où? C'est à Marseille, ça. Fais un petit tour, ça fait 15 minutes devant eux. Mais tu veux que je fasse quoi? Il n'y a rien d'autre, gros. Regarde, regarde. En bas, c'est calme. Il n'y a plus des gains. Ici, parce qu'il y a un peu, tu vois. Il y a les reporters, tout ça, bref. Là, il est chaud. Lui, il est chaud. Il est chaud. Il est chaud. Il n'y a plus rien. Je te jure, ça y est, c'est mort. C'est bon, mort. C'est mort. Soir, je filme pas en fait.
Si, tu as fait de filmer tout à l'heure, pas pour un con.
Je filme le reportage.
Non, tu filmais ici, dans le commissariat.
Je filme pas le commissariat.
Si tu filmais dans le commissariat, je suis sur le live.
Regardez, restez dans le live, je suis là, je sais que je suis en live.
Uh-uh. Something happened here. Live is paused. Sometimes that happens, and then when we refresh, it comes back. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure it's coming back. We may have to talk about some other things. See if the crazy Bulgarian is live. He gets live, and he sometimes finds other TikToks, which we can then look up. Well, this might be interesting. Let's talk about this. Cream.
Try to update you daily on real life situation in Ukraine, and of course I'm always glad to answer your questions, so feel free to leave them in comments. Those of you who are with me for a certain period of time and whom I consider my close friends and almost family know that Sunday is for Discover Ukraine series, and I promise there will be an episode, and I hope an interesting one. But yesterday, we were all following news from Russia. We were expecting civil war, death of Putin, death of Prigozhin, and other bright events to take place, and nothing really happened. And I believe many of you wonder.
Truthfully, the Wagner thing may very well be the wildest and the craziest thing to happen, and the most confusing thing to happen in this entire war.
How do we feel in Ukraine? What do we think in Ukraine? And also, I receive a lot of messages with sympathy from you that, oh my God, nothing actually happened. We had so many hopes and so on. So I want to give you an idea of how we feel about that in Ukraine and what we expected from all of that chaos yesterday. Well, first of all, never expect something good from Russia. All of the revolutions, all of the wars, civil wars, changes of the regimes, they never lead to some democratic and positive changes. When I was thinking to record this video, I could not find a period in Russian history within like hundreds of years where something really humane, something very positive towards inside people and outside people was born on the territory of Russian Empire, Soviet Union, or modern medieval Russia. And to best describe yesterday's events, I will use the word chaos. By the way, many of you who follow me on Instagram, and if you don't, please subscribe. The link is below this video. Many of you answered like what is happening in Russia, and like I had a lot of questions, a lot of answers, I'm sorry, with this word chaos. And this is real. This is true. So what was happening yesterday was chaos. Do not expect that any change of regime will lead to normality in Russia. It will demand decades of hard work if we are able, as people from different other cultures and other countries, to work on that, to change their attitude to life, to change this Russian soul, as they call it. So, Ukraine, we do not feel devastated that nothing happened because we did not expect Putin to be hanging on Kremlin yesterday and Prigozhin to stop war and so on. This is just impossible. These are not this kind of people. Both of them are Ukrainian enemies, Prigozhin and Putin. Both of them are murderers, killers, are responsible for genocide in my country. And the conflict between them was very bright and was very visible, and no, it was not staged. And this is very good. In Ukraine, we are very satisfied with this fact because both of them,
What do you mean?
after this conflict, have a limited time left.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Why? Because in authoritarian and totalitarian regime, which remind life in, I don't know, the jungle, where the strongest can only be a leader, this macho style, this strength and other stuff is an extremely important attribute to get support from people like you are. And for a very long period of time, Putin pretended to be this leader that has everything under his control. And yesterday, people in Russia and his allies outside Russia, like China, for example, or Belarus, saw that Putin does not control anything in reality. And Putin himself saw that. If you were attentive and you watched his address to the nation, you could see how bad he felt and that he did not have like strong phrases to express his like attitude. In Ukrainian Facebook and other social media, we had video that combined his speech before the start of war in Ukraine and how he spoke about Ruski Mir, the strength, and like 3 days that we have to be patient and everything will finish. And his yesterday's address, where he spoke about like traitors, existential threats to Russia, stab with a knife in the back. Well, this is actually true.
We're going to give this 65 more seconds, then it's over.
We're just minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday.
Here are the final seconds of trading
That's
on this
supposed to be
Friday
low, though.
afternoon.
Ending another week of trading.
As we round out the last.
Skip ads.
Because Putin started this totally unjust and unnecessary war, he actually signed himself a death sentence. And his time, both of life and of rule, is limited. The problem is that during this period of time, many beautiful Ukrainians die and other people who come to volunteer and protect our country. But yesterday, the whole world saw that Putin is weak. He does not control everything in his country. Prigozhin is also weak, and it was not about like end of the war. It was about money. It was about his desire to stay independent from Russian regular army. And of course, he was not alone in his march on Moscow. Russia is a very criminal country, also controlled by various special services like KGB and FSB and all of that. So, of course, there were lots of people cooperating with him, his curators, as they call that, and they controlled everything he did. And at a certain point of time, they decided for the sake of money and other stuff, it's easier for them to stop this coup. But I want you to understand and not to feel disappointed. Actually, it sounds weird when like Ukrainian being at war asks others not to worry, but actually, please don't worry. Such processes as falls of the regimes, conflicts inside authoritarian countries, they never happen like in a day or two, or even if something happens in a day or two, this does not mean this is the final end of this monster. But all these processes that are taking place in Russia, they are first signals and symptoms of desperate weakness of the regime and that it is very, very sick. Second,
let me know if my sound is way off
that,
when I talk, Patty.
Like
Thanks.
they do not control anything. And please, people all over the world, stop being
I want to make sure I don't have any
respectfully
echoes.
afraid of Putin. Stop being respectfully afraid of Putin because
now
even
you're
people
leaving
inside his own country, people who know him are not that afraid of him.
I'm kidding. We
So
love
I
Patty.
don't know what will happen to Prigozhin in a couple of next days, weeks, or months. But I also don't know what will happen to Putin in a couple of days, weeks, or months, because both of them are beaten cards, if it's possible to say so. I know many of you inspire me to use phraseological
Awesome. Thank
units
you.
and idioms, so I do my best. And Ukrainians are satisfied with what they saw. But we are also realistic. As many nations that border with Russia, we know that any change of regime in Russia does not mean that Russia becomes normal and stops being toxic and chauvinistic towards other nations around it. Typically, this does not change something seriously. Think about, I don't know, Yeltsin, who was considered a great Democrat, like a totally constantly drunk man who invited Putin to become a second president. And actually, even these events with Prigozhin, they demonstrate how far away from ordinary, traditional, standard legislation Russia is. For example, when he was marching to Moscow, they opened a criminal case on him. It was for treason or something really serious, 10, 12, 20 years. When he stopped, like having done everything that he did, like getting Rostov, I don't know, exploding, blowing up 3 helicopters, they say, okay, we closed the criminal case. Why? And now he will go to Belarus. Why? Belarus is a country, where exactly, what will he do in Belarus? Drink coffee, I don't know, do sports? Will he die there? No explanation. So they just simply closed the criminal case, which was open because of some events, and these events, they really happened. And now he is sent to Belarus. It is very, very, very medieval. So please let me know, would you like to know more about Prigozhin and his idea to march on Moscow? Because today I have read a very good article in Ukrainian which explains a lot. If you're interested, I can record a video on that too, because you must have some experience and some brains to be able to do what he did yesterday. So let me know in comments, would you like to know more about that? Also, watch our new episode of Discover Ukraine about a very beautiful and strong lady, our First Lady, Olena Zelenska. Thank you for buying me coffees, becoming my patrons. Thank you for buying our merch. I am so happy and proud to see many of you in our t-shirts and caps. This is like a perfect conversation starter to remind your friends, neighbors, and politicians and decision makers that Ukraine still needs your support to stop Putin's global terrorism. Thank you so much for your support of my country, Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
That was interesting. All right. So there really is not all that much new to really report. Things are actually pretty quiet, which would lead me to believe that it's next week should be interesting. It's hard to say what will really happen over the 4th of July. I don't think Russia or Ukraine really cares that America is in the middle of celebrating the 4th of July. But here's something. The grandmother of the deceased, I do not know how to say this person's name, and Nael, who was shot dead by policemen in France, called on the protesters to stop the riot. Stop. Don't break windows. Don't break schools, buses. I'm angry at the 2 policemen who hit my grandson in the head with 2 rifle butts, and at the one who shot him right in the heart. Those who break the law will be punished. I believe in justice. So that's interesting. I was seeing that there does appear to be one person who is live right now in France, but I don't think that anything interesting was really happening. Nope. That live is ended. He's been going live for a little bit and then going off, and he has gone off. So, yeah. So presently, nothing show on TikTok. Let's see. What else here? Protesters in France at the house of the mayor of Les-Roses, and the police detained more than 700 people. France 24, that's the name of the news site that reported it. According to the publication, the protesters drove into the house of Mayor Vincent Gibron. His wife and children were injured. The prosecutor's office announced the opening of an investigation into attempted murder about drones in the war. That I'm assuming is related to the Russian stuff. But that probably is the most dangerous thing. That was one of the most dangerous things that we've seen so far happening in this. I mean, there's been a lot of things that's burning, but they haven't accused anybody of trying to kill politicians and their families. So that's definitely scary. It's interesting the way that a lot of people want to act like, oh, they're gonna force Macron to resign. I'm like, no. I mean, you gotta realize that the same thing with writing and stuff. There, it's similar to what happens when we have the BLM riots here in the U.S. One block, it might be really bad, but the next block over, the next town over, you wouldn't know that anything's going on. You know? I don't know that everything is so widespread that Macron is really in any danger of getting thrown out of office at this point. I mean, could always be wrong, but I don't think I am. So right now, locals, and this is from Jay and Cave. Let's see who that is. I don't know, there's not much in his bio. It says locals in Mariupol area are outraged at Russians having raped a 12-year-old girl. Wow. That's awful, and if true. I say if true because, you know, sometimes you just don't really know. You hear about horrific things, but you don't know what's true sometimes from these reports and what isn't and what's rumor. This is happening in every area Russians still occupy. And for all the Russian trolls who want to really show up, this is not an isolated. This is what Russia does. This is the essence of Russian culture. Russian calling it. I don't know that it. I don't know that that's fair or not, because not all Russians are that evil. I'm sorry. The EU, according to War Frontline on Twitter, the UAF has advanced into the village where fighting is in full swing. The last word has not been said yet, but it looks undeniably positive. So supposedly, they are making some advances. There's movement of Shahed drones from the Sea of Azov. Don't ignore possible air alarms. Air defense is working in Mykolaiv, which means that hopefully that they are shooting some of those down. Stuff of that nature. What is this? Mars troll passing Omar Zafnara's way out. The Swiss offers on screen 40 seconds worth of penalties for the Alpine drivers between them while successfully reporting both his own drivers. I don't know what that's all about. The writer of war crimes research Victoria Amelin has died from wounds she sustained from the Russian missile strike on a pizza restaurant in Kramatorsk. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is very, very unfortunate. And it is possible that that place may have been targeted by the Russians because they knew that there was a gathering of reporters there. It's possible they may have known that she was one of them, and that's awful. The radio attack on the movements as events unfolded. Sit Reps 2723, Day of the Naval Forces, an overview of the Ukraine daily events in the war between Russia and Ukraine after a short break of 2 days where I didn't post any sit reps. You can expect these again from today. Latest sit reps was from 2 days ago. If you didn't see it, check it out here. I usually avoid Telegram like the plague. That place can get weird. So hopefully Twitter doesn't go south. As usual, we start with Russia losses per 70223 reported by the Ukrainian General Staff: 790 men, 10 tanks, 20 APVs, 26 artillery systems, 5 MLRs, 1 AD system, and 12 UAVs. I wonder at what point they just won't have any more lives to just throw at this war. You know? Like, at some point, it just seems like you just wouldn't be able to keep doing it. During the night, all Russians launched drones and missiles shot at Ukraine were shot down. So that's some good news there. Shooting them down. A self-propelled gun and a short-range surface-to-air system and short-range surface-to-air systems were destroyed by Ukrainian artillery. These are always fun to watch. Let's just... I was watching this YouTuber one time.
Ukraine is still independent and free.
Of the battles. It's like it's like you just don't know what you're talking about, because if you pay attention at all, there's all kinds of video out
Ukraine
there.
is still independent and free.
President Putin's craven lust for land and power will fail, and the Ukrainian people's love for their country will prevail.
Oh my God. Just somebody put Biden. That's Biden? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine.
Ukraine is still independent and free.
Oh, God. Of all the people, why would you take Biden? Oh my God. Okay, let's just keep going. Russian infantry group alerted when left bank near Olisky was targeted by Ukrainian UAV operators. Oh. Well, I think at least one of them is dead or seriously wounded. So. Hammer strikes on Russian hideouts during the night. Yeah, you see, that music I can get behind. That music I can get behind. Ukrainian fighters from 3rd Separate Assault Brigade found real retro guns in the trench that was taken over. Probably can't understand them.
Вот уже трофей. Це залупа. Ебать, ну мощненько тупо.
Those are apparently from World War II. That's the kind of stuff that the Russians are using.
Давай, блядь, ползи быстрее, нахуй.
Hey, Rakasan, good to see you.
Короче, можно забандажировать.
Oh, yeah. They don't, they don't just have normal, even modern weapons for a lot of the Russians. They just have something that was originally from World War II. I mean, I suppose you could say, hey, it still works. Maybe even just like cars and stuff, maybe they don't make guns the way that they used to. I don't know. Okay, artillery target Russians near They have interesting music. I don't know where they get that from. The military airstrip near Primorska at Katarsk was apparently hit. Russians showed a crater, but that was far from the actual point where a missile hit. And I heard about this. From what I understand, this was actually within Russian territory, within like the borders of Russia, or it was along the Russian border. So I don't understand. Apparently, the crater really was far from the actual point where the missile hit. So I don't know what that crater that was showing, whether or not it's relevant or not. But it's good that we hit that Russian military air, or that they hit the military airfield, because apparently they were launching Shahed drones from there. So it is a good thing that has likely been taken out. A Zalon recon drone that was taken down via electronic warfare got destroyed by UAV operators during dropping a grenade on top of it. Oh my gosh, Star Wars. recon. There's a recon drone that got destroyed. This is some amazing war footage.
Де кацапський танк? Де? А немає. Ми його в'їбали.
B-27 Euroground was destroyed. Melodramatic music that they put up is something else.
К 200 2 у тебя. Участок.
Ooh. Burn, baby, burn. Continue with general events. Ukraine and Slovakia put their efforts together in creating an advanced version of the EVA howitzer. So I guess it can do. I don't know if it's supposed to be able to shoot farther. The main goal of cooperation is to adapt the Slovak self-propelled howitzer to Ukrainian requirements and integrate technical solutions from Ukrainian partners. From the Ukraine, Krematorsk Heavy Machine Tool Construction Plant participates in this integration, and from Slovakia, the state company Konstrukta Defense will participate. Everything related to Prigozhin is purged by Russian Ministry of Defense. The former cook is no longer. The Ukrainian MOD released a video regarding Crimea, another hint towards the use of Storm Shadow missiles. Huh. Oh. That's interesting. The president of Serbia shared his thoughts about the upcoming offensive actions of the Ukrainian army. Oh, maybe this is English. Oh, it's just a picture. It's not even a video. And it's not letting me out of it. What the fuck? There we go. Mr. Kuleba very outspoken about the refusal of Ukraine into NATO. I mean, the thing with that I always understood about Ukraine being admitted to NATO and any country being admitted to NATO is that the borders of your country had to currently be secure, or you couldn't be involved in any kind of major conflict that would automatically require NATO to be admitted. So I don't know. I don't know how that's supposed to work. There's another thing about the writer Victoria Amelia, who was seriously injured as a result of the Russian strike on June 27th, died in the hospital. At the time of the impact, she was in a restaurant in the city center along with a delegation of Colombia's journalists and writers. The death toll on the shelling has risen to 13. Yeah, see, there was quite a few journalists that were there, and that may have had something to do with them being targeted, unfortunately. Maybe we finally got some TikToks that are live. Let's find out. Oh, my goodness.
Plus de ça, vous niquez tout dans les alentours. Donc, quel est l'intérêt? Je répète, il y a des quartiers plus riches, allez chez eux. Pourquoi niquer vos propres quartiers alors?
This isn't looking like something where he's live at the scene. He's showing it looks like he's just showing a still image.
Pour faire ça.
And he's talking.
Il y a quoi dans le 13e là? Je sais pas, il y a quoi dans le 13e? Je suis pas au courant. Je vais pas vous donner des infos. Je suis pas au courant quoi. Donc j'ai pas envie de vous dire de la merde. Je suis pas au courant de ce qui se passe. Le centre-ville, j'aurais pu vous dire, mais ce qui est 13e et tout, aucune idée. Normal. Normal. Enfin, en tout cas, tout ça, c'est de la faute de Macron de merde. Ça, il faut se dire que c'est pas forcément Macron. C'est la faute du gouvernement. Et le gouvernement, pour pas se salir les mains, ben, ils envoient leur condé. Et leur condé, après, ils se plaignent pourquoi ils se font caillasser et ils finissent au sol pour certains. Tu vois? C'est plus le gouvernement, c'est pas les condés. Tu vois, les condés, ils écoutent aux règles. On te dit, fais ça, tu vas le faire. Tu vois? Après, faut que ce macaron, il parte très très loin. Pour sa vie, hein. Ça serait mieux qu'il démissionne et que, tu vois, il renouvelle un peu. Une nouvelle ère, ça serait pas mal. Et en guerre. Pendant que son pays est en guerre, il va à des concerts. Ouais, il se pète tout avec des bouteilles et tout, j'ai vu. Ça, c'est pour juste dire qu'il s'en bat les couilles de nous, en fait. Tout le monde s'en fout. Enfin, ils sont là quand ils prennent nos impôts, quand on parle d'impôts, tout ça, quand ils prennent vos impôts, tout ça. C'est juste pour gâter leur petit-fils, hein. Et c'est pas à coût de 1000 euros, ça coûte des 10 000 à 15, à 20. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? C'est des grosses sommes. C'est-à-dire, ils se gavent sur nous. C'est toi, tu travailles comme un chien. Tu te casses le cul jour et nuit pour au final, eh ben écoute, tu n'en profites même pas de ton argent. Et en plus de ça, que tu sais même pas si tu vas finir jusqu'à la retraite. Et que tu vas avoir une retraite parce que tu sais même pas si ta vie elle va tenir. Donc, ça veut dire en gros, tu travailles toute ta vie pour l'État. Et à la fin, si tu as encore la santé, ben, j'espère que ça tient, tu vois. Si ça tient pas, ben écoute, merci, au revoir. Tu as bien contribué en tout cas. C'est ça la France. C'est de te tuer en fait. À petit feu. C'est pour ça qu'il faut un bon job. Eh ouais. C'est déjà, il ne faut pas attendre après la retraite. Et c'est même à Marseille là, non, il n'y a rien. Il ne faut pas attendre la retraite, l'équipe. Si vous avez un objectif, vous avez un projet, faites-le à fond. L'échec, c'est lorsqu'on fait rien. Donc tentez, vous n'avez rien à perdre. Il n'y a rien ce soir, il n'y a rien, il n'y a rien, il n'y a rien du tout. Tant mieux. En tout cas, l'équipe.
Wonder what he's doing if he's on his way to somewhere.
Je dois informer. On verra
There's
si
a
ça
lot of
bougera dans la
wind.
soirée ou pas, mais je pense pas que ça va bouger, dans tous les cas. On verra comment ça se passe les autres jours, tout simplement. On verra qui prendra la place de Macron. Déjà, qui parte lui, et après on verra. Je pense pas que c'est Marine, tu voulais dire Marine Le Pen ou quoi, mais
Here we've got the comments finally translated.
ça s'est calmé. C'est pas grâce au Condé que ça s'est calmé. Ça s'est calmé manuellement. Parce que chacun, tu vois, hier ils ont été fatigués, chacun est rentré chez soi et ils ont dit ça y est, on se repose. C'est dimanche. Ça n'a rien à voir des Condés. Juste les Condés ils sont venus en renfort, c'est tout.
See if we get any comments.
Mais pour rien. Bon, l'équipe, en tout cas, prenez soin de vous, prenez soin de votre famille. Passez une bonne soirée et bon courage pour l'état pour certains. Parce que demain, ça va piquer pour certains.
I was into it, what? Okay. Well, we may have to settle. For playing some games. Because no one's live right now to show us what's going on in France, if anything. Prediction. Oh, look at this idiot. Prediction: this was a Ukraine scud. Book it. Sure. Let's see what this. And see, this is what I hate. I hate the fact that I fucking voted for Trump. And I think you are a fucking asshole. There. Sorry to yell. And the dumbass follows me. And I really don't understand it. I really do not understand all these Americans who want to try to demonize Ukraine so much, but somehow Putin, and I'm not saying that there is not corruption in Ukraine. But there's corruption all over the place, and you don't see us bombing them. Like, what the fuck?
We like to make a big ruckus, but there's no like solutions. We're not making a ruckus towards like a specific end, right? Like Black Lives Matter, like defund the police, not a thing. Doesn't even make sense, right? Like you actually had a 5-minute conversation about what the idea of defund the like. I don't even. Okay, like let's go back into caves and start drawing stick figures. Doesn't make sense. So this question is directed at Freddie, but also the rest of the panel and the audience is, okay, a lot of angry people. Government, what's the functional reality like solution? And I say this with all due respect in terms of, I don't think Macron sat in his basement and went, I'm going to spend 30 odd years to become the leader of this country to then do everything that everybody hates, right? He's being controlled by the money around him, and that money doesn't change. So like, what is a solution that both stops rioting and actually stops the reasons why rioting occurred in the first place, that is sustainable, that's reasonable as well?
Now, wait a minute here. It was...
That's a very profound question.
Enlarged there for a minute.
Of course, but I think, first of all, before to say anything, I think it's important to care about people. If you don't care about what's going on and you're just going to be a witness to what we're all seeing on the social media, and then next Monday you're going back to work and it's none of your business. It's not in your neighborhood. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to change your life, and there's still going to be food in your fridge, and this is not your problem until it becomes your problem. And to answer your questions about how you really provides some solid foundations to avoid this to happen again is about caring and realizing that what's happening perhaps on the other side of the city might come one day in your city, or might come into your neighborhood, because it will find its way into your neighbors. And you want to care because it's a problem that is involving anybody that lives in France, whether you're a migrant, whether you're immigrant, whether you're a son of immigrant, it doesn't matter. You're a French person, it really applies to you. Now, first thing I would like to say as well is that if you really take the time to actually listen to all this footage that is available on social media, you will realize the people that are actually speaking, these are not migrants that just landed in France. These are people that have lived in France. The jargon, the dialect they're using is people that have lived, that are born in France, that I can assure you. So we're not talking about migrant Pashtuns, Pakistanis, or, these are not these guys that were fighting yesterday. These are French people from neighborhoods. They come from families that have been raised here for generations. And they're out there and they're acting poorly because simply they are pissed off and there's no hope. Now, the only reason, and that the only way we can solve this problem is by providing hope and giving a place to these people in society and trying to to reconcile. We need a peace. We're looking at trying to get a peace in between Ukraine and Russians. We should get a peace in between, our communities in France. We need leadership in all sense of communities. And that is what it is to be a leader. If you're a leader of your community, it comes with responsibility. And that responsibility is not to count on the government to do the job that you think you are the man for the job. You go and meet the other guys. You go and meet the Jewish guy. You meet the Catholic, the priest, and you're trying to get this congregation and trying to sit down and talk and say, okay, how can we help each other? Because right now it's not about helping your
Freddie,
community.
with all due respect, get rid of Macron, put in a new person. Who is that new person? What are like tangible goals? Respectfully.
No tangible on the there's no politics in France. You got to be really, really, I'm going to tell you straight because you sound like a pretty straightforward person, but I don't think we have any politics. You don't have any politics in the United States. You have an imitations of politics. You have the illusions of a choice, but you have no choice. We don't have a choice in France. We have no opposition. We have no leadership. We have a fake government that is absolutely just administrative in its roles. It's not responding to the orders it's creating, but it's taking order from other superpowers. So we don't have politics. Politics is not what is being proposed on mass media. You don't have politics voting for Trump or for voting for Biden or for voting for anybody. This is not a choice. You don't have a choice. The same people at the top are basically bowing to the same basically superpowers. And the superpowers are based on corporates and extremely rich people, banking and so on. We're not dealing with the real problem.
I'm not even sure I understand what this guy.
They're just
What is
being
this
there
guy
at
talking
the
about?
forefront to entertain and make you feel that you have a choice, but you don't. That's the real answer to your question. We don't have politics here. You don't have politics in America. There's no politics in Europe. It's only puppets around, entertaining us with any nonsense. That's
We
why
don't have
nothing is making
politics
sense.
here?
And what we
What?
need to do is very clear to understand that this is our responsibility. It's the people to retake what has been taken from us so that we can preserve our freedom and offer our children a future. Because right now, nobody has a future, trust me. Unless if we keep on looking at it and behaving the way we've been behaving between communities, between people of France, people of the United States, we have a responsibility. Because we cannot just look at our fridge and say, it's okay, it's full now. It's not my problem what's happening next door. Now, we need to start to talk to each other and act as civilians because we have a responsibility. It doesn't come free to be a civilian. So we can have the right to vote and make and decide about our future. So your answer is there's no solutions right now unless we decide and we empower ourselves.
Well, shit, this is going to be a long space then.
Listen, you have,
they told you got to speak with a Frenchman, right? And you love cooking, by the way.
we'll do with the culinary section of this space. We'll begin and commence in about 45 minutes. And I'm sure Fidget will be interested in that too, because he himself is a dab hand in Cordon Bleu.
Right.
But let's go to Burner Primary. Go ahead.
Good evening, Patrick and Khaleesi. Yeah, as you know, Khaleesi, I live in France. I've lived here for 22 years, but obviously also I'm an immigrant. And so I had an interesting, I have my table in my cafe in the village. Like I've been away in the Middle East for a while, but I came back to France to work for 3 weeks. And so there's a guy long term, he's always fixed my car. He's Moroccan, he's probably about 55. And, he has a kid in France, etc. So I sat down and he was hanging around and I was doing fuck all. So I had a really long chat with him, about racism in France. And it became clear to me that there's a difference, you see, because his age, the short form is he basically said, you just put your head down, you ignore people, you work, you go to bed, you eat, and you just have to ignore that. Then we then had a conversation about certain people in the street that we both know are racists, and they're white French people. But also too, I must say, in the village, among the white French people, we do know who the racists are, And so I would say that my village is probably 30% North African, and 2/3. Well, there's a mix. There's French, and then also there's a lot of Brits and Swedes and Nordic people living here. He also made the interesting point that he said all the Europeans outside of France are super racist in his experience. Which I found surprising. So I think what's occurring now is I think the youth are not prepared to do what their immigrant
I'm
fathers
hearing
did.
thunder.
You know, like he's you know he's been in France 30 years, and he has a kid here, and he's got problems with this kid. I know he has. You know, because his kid's about 21. I've seen his kid grow up in the village.
And we
So I
actually
think
have a
what's happened
thunderstorm
is that
warning
finally
for
the youth
Montgomery
have just got
County,
pissed off with it. Because if you
where
look
I
at
live.
studies formally, so if
Fun
you're
times.
if you have like an
Gotta go
Arabic
check on the
name or
cat.
identity, if you could be tagged,
See
you see
if
what I
the
mean,
storm is making him
as not
hide,
French, and you
or if
apply
he's
for a
actually in
job,
his cat tree thinking, "Ooh,
you'll
storms,
get
fun."
1/3 less the responses that a white Frenchman will get, for example. If you go for a bank loan, same shit. If you go to apartments, you know, for rent, you'll face that discrimination. So it's insidious. But he also made the point too, which I was quite surprised. He said the true, real Frenchman is not racist. The true, real Frenchman believes in liberté, égalité, et fraternité. But he seemed to be implying that you know they just don't exist enough. You know. The other point I wanted to make too is about you know this whole head covering thing in Muslims. It depends where you are. Someone was making the comment about racism in France. France, like everywhere else, is racist. So I live in the south, you know, in the French Riviera, and obviously it's a Le Pen racist stronghold. You know, places like Nice. The mayor of Nice is pretty much a racist right winger. So it just depends. You know, France is no different than other countries. I think as a whole, my experience is the middle class French are better at hiding their racism. You know, and I've seen more overt racism expressed by Americans, for example. I'm not saying that they're not, but they're just kind of good at hiding it. So when you know the right people are around, the shit will come out. But in my village, like there's a young girl, and she's decided to cover herself. You know, and I saw her the other day.
Yeah,
She
he thinks
was on a scooter
it's
with
great.
a friend of
It's
hers,
great fun that
and the
there's
friend was like wearing
storms right now.
super short denim cutoff shirts.
He's
with
up at his
ass
pat tree,
showing,
just
you know?
chilling.
So I wondered actually, it would have been a great photo in terms of the dichotomy. But I do know my village, and of course, it's not representative of all France.
Let me
And
see what I can do
the
here.
same way that Paris is not representative of all France.
Let me
Because
know
then a lot
if
of
that
tourists go
helps.
to France and they say, "God damn, the French are rude." And I say, "No, no, no, no. The French are the Parisians are rude to everybody. They hate the people in the south of France on holiday as well as you. They just hate everybody. And when the Parisians come to the south of France, we hate them. You know. So it's just this kind of bullshit that. So never make the mistake when you go to Paris that it actually represents France. You know, there are many stories in France, but you see, in my village being 1/3 North African, it's pretty calm. You know. Like I have my table in the cafe. Everybody in the village knows it's mine, but I share it with the North Africans.
Oh,
You know,
shoot.
and we can joke around. I always come up and say, "Ah, je suis Pierre Noir, bonjour," and they just laugh at me because they know like I'm also an immigrant, but I have the advantage of being white. You know. So it's very complicated. But then to shoot another thing about the head covering, I've
I don't
worked
think
and
there's
lived a
anything
long
I can
time in
do.
the Middle East, and you know, I work in an office in the Middle East, and strangely enough, I'm sitting at a sort of installation with 5 local Arabic women. And I actually have long talks with them, and they're younger women. You know, they're like under 30, and they're all happy to wear their head covering. They don't want to wear something else. You know, so it's not imposed on them. It's a cultural choice. And I think people sometimes forget that people do make cultural choices about things, and they should be let to live their own life. We shouldn't impose that.
It makes it
It's
louder
not like
for
their
me,
husbands are beating
but I
the
don't know
crap
what to do
out of
about
them
the
or
fact that it
whatever, you
doesn't
know?
make it louder for other people.
You know, because this one woman I know, she's very rich and she travels around Europe a lot, Africa, whatever. And whenever she goes outside of the country, she doesn't immediately swap into hot Western clothes. She's very conservative, even though she's like 29 years old, and she makes sure that her legs are covered and her arms are covered and her hair is covered. You know, she might be wearing a Western scarf and long clothing and long sleeve stuff, but for her, it's a choice of you know what I mean of religion, and she sticks with it. So don't ever
The only thing that I
think
can
that
suggest is
Arabs are
that
beating their
if you
wives to
have
cover their heads.
on a headset, you can turn it off
But
on
Bella,
your
sorry,
end.
I just want to jump in here. But the point you're making is very valid. It opens a whole can of worms for me as a Muslim woman, because I feel that there's this narrative that's run in the media. I'll say this, and then I'll go on to Chief because I know he's been skipped. But I feel that there's this narrative run in the media, which is that Islam is being forced upon people. Yet I feel it's the opposite, that people are always telling Muslim women how they should dress. Society is always dictating to us how we should not cover our heads, how that is backwards. What happened to like democracy, the free will to live how you wish to, dress how you wish to, it's your body, all of these things. So I think you're right. And this feminist argument that comes out, which is, this woman was forced to wear a hijab. Every society in the world has domestic violence. If you want to help women, help the women on your doorstep, first and foremost. Leave the woman in another country alone because you've read a media headline. But let me come back to you, Bernard, please, because I know Chief is in a bit of a hurry. But Chief, go ahead, please. And thanks for waiting. Sorry we skipped you before.
Yeah, I wrote down a lot of things I heard in the space that I just didn't think were accurate, I'll say. I guess the first part was the response for a solution to France was to talk to people and and all of that. That's not a tangible solution to this at all. In France specifically, the violence and the riots and all of this, there's lots of violence increases
because
in France. Talking and conversing is not going to
do something there to
stop this in any capacity. And then there is a point, something about immigration. And in France, at least as of recently, over 60% of people in France are against immigration entirely. If it were truly of the will of the people of France, they would have no or less immigration than current levels. And then with the...
Where did you get your 60% figure from, Chief?
I got that from a study from the local AFP.
What's the local AFP? Can you actually DM it to me?
Agence Presse Française,
Yeah,
I think.
it is from I believe 2016. So I will TM you that. And Mary referenced that stat, or Salman did last night too. So the result is it's over 60%. But yeah, that is the stat. So if it were a will of the people of France, there would be less.
No, but sorry, Chief, I'm just gonna push back a little bit there, because that would be implying that 100% of the people in France were questioned, and 60% of those 100% said they were against it, right? So that's not the case. So we've got to take it into context. Who was questioned on this survey? What percentage were questioned? What background were they from? Bear in mind that there are third generation born in France who are, whose forefathers came from Morocco and Algeria. So it's not as simple as that. France is very much a multicultural society. But anyway, carry on.
Well, to say this again, unless if you're having some crazy study that knocks at every single person's door and asks them, there's no shot that.
I agree. You're making my point for me. So we can't say 60% of the people in France are against immigration, right?
This is again,
based on a sample survey. Based on a sample survey, right?
Well, a survey, again, it represents a population. You survey a specific set of people, and then based on that subset, be able to go in and take that to a population. Like, people's stats don't take a sample size or a certain amount and say, I went through every single person. It's always implied within studies or surveys or things like that. You're not going to be able to get every single person of a population.
Chief's talking. You're talking about the methodology of the polling, sample size, etc. Yeah, that's unless this is published, then no one can really say what the methodology is. So, I mean, let's just kind of move on from this. Make the point on this, Chief, please.
If you want to read the study, it's in the article there. It's from IPSOS, and you can review that. And someone mentioned that it was actually higher last night in a space with the people who were against it anyway. There might have been a more up-to-date one, who I'm referring to. But the point I was trying to refer to, in this specific case, I guess, like there should be more of a consequence for people who are breaking laws or robbing. And this whole entire incident, the shooting was not from racism and things like that. What we're talking about, people are talking about a young person issue here. 1/3 of the rioters are young people. 2/3 are adults. That's from Macron himself. This is not a young person issue. This is an adult issue 2/3 of the way, right? So yeah, young people have a problem of bearing for this, and yes, social media has a play too. It's not video games, as Macron has been talking about the entire time. This is an adult problem. 2/3 are adults. Kids are. We see some videos of kids doing crazy things on the, in the feeds and all of that, and the videos that are circulating. But this is a adult problem, and then also the whole idea of people being let out immediately after this. There's a police audio release that show they're letting people out after they got tags and plate numbers of police vehicles. There's no law and order in the country. You want a solution, you put more laws in place, you increase the crimes, you make people know if you're breaking the law, if you go and have a run away from police again, twice by the way, and then decide to go and go through a cop who's in front of them and with lawful order, there are consequences for this. There are consequences for breaking the laws. If you break the law, you should consequence. The person had 15 plus charges at 17 years old. 5+ times he ran from cops in the past. This guy had a huge record. And it's crazy because if you follow the law and stop his vehicle the first time at 8 o'clock, this never would have happened. If you stopped it the second time at 8:16, this never would have happened. But people are complaining about this and making this as if their lives are in danger. When in other countries, people have larger issues, a lot of problems to deal with. People who have actual problems under regimes that oppress them. This is not the scale of it at all. And this whole riots are going on over this one incident. It's ridiculous. This guy's not a racist cop. He's been there for 10+ years. He's had medals. There's no indication of anything racial at all. It's assumptions put through by the media. It's ridiculous. And people are equating this to people actually saying
this dude has no
it's not true
no
at all.
way of
And if you want to
proving
care about life and all that, the people in France are privileged. We're all privileged here. We have phones, technology, food, Wi-Fi,
this dude has no way of proving whether or not this person is racist. He has no basis for that.
They are privileged. We all here have things other people don't have. If you want to talk about marching for your life, call the people who have nothing and complain to them and talk and help them out. This is a lie.
Chief, are you basically giving excuses to the cop? I'm trying to understand here because I'm completely
It's becoming painful. It's honestly becoming. Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you, Chief, right here because I think you're talking really nonsense, Mike. I've been listening to you very carefully, but you came up into this intervention with some survey that doesn't make any sense at all. And I think right now where you're going and the path you're taking is absolutely. I can't let you tell you that, right? If a kid 17 years old is unarmed and the law is very, very precise in France, you have no right to shoot someone unarmed and if your life is not immediately in danger. Number two, the law is very clear. It says clearly that you cannot basically respond to even a threat.
You got to keep in mind whatever the law
if the kid
is,
was armed
where
and was
it is
handling a gun at the
you're
time,
at.
then I understand that I will have a different talk to you. But right now, the kid was unarmed. He had minors in the back. He's got other kids. He was a troubled kid. No problem. I can give you that. No problem. These kids are not easy. They're tough guys. But saying that was okay and this guy's got medals, so it's okay to shoot a kid, I can't let you tell you that, mate. I'm sorry, I can't. You're out of order here, mate.
First, I want to respond to. Then I actually forgot. I didn't write down what Rich said. I watched the video, and the guy had his foot in front. He had his hand again in front of the vehicle, and I watched the video, and I watched it specifically to make sure that I got every single frame right. Watched it multiple times on the stream. So what happened was the guy was on the side of the vehicle, a lawful order to stop, and you look and you see that his arm was in fact hit by the windshield there, and the gun got discharged. The intentional homicide is that specific charge. I don't believe is.
Chief, did you hear them say shoot him?
What?
Yeah,
Did you hear the policeman say shoot him?
What do you mean by that? I didn't hear that.
Well, it's very simple English. You watch the video frame by frame multiple times. Did you hear it as well? Did you hear the policeman say shoot him?
No.
Well, then I suggest you get off this space. Wait, Chief. And you go and watch it where you can actually listen to the actual audio of it as well. Okay. And that's the first point I'm going to make before I pass to Freddie. The second point I'm going to make, wait, Chief, I haven't finished yet. Please don't interrupt me. Okay. The second point I'm going to make is you've made this claim several times
She
that
is
the
not
media are showing this
taking
and the media are
his
hyping this up.
BS
Well, here's
at
breaking
all.
news for you, Chief. The media in Europe is not even covering it. We're only getting what we're getting from Twitter and brave journalists like Freddie and Patrick, who know people on the ground. So when you're sitting here spouting that the mainstream media is running this narrative, it isn't. We're not getting anything from the mainstream media, which is why we're holding this space and why Patrick has actually spent time with Freddie today to cover this in his show, which anyone who wants to listen to, and I suggest you do, to get the real news and not propaganda, you'll find it on 21st Century Wire on Patrick's, you can see the handle on Patrick's Twitter profile. But go ahead, Freddie, over to you.
Yeah, I think it's really important to get the facts right, you know, especially that's why I started this Twitter space with invited by Patrick to go straight into the incident and, you know, describe the fact as clear as possible, not only by what I can observe on social media, but actually what is reported by the police, because that's what we have. We have a police report. We have the fact that has been announced. We're obviously looking at media that are at least kind of not making up things, but just describing the fact. And the facts are very clear. There's 3 people, 3 young people, 2 minors in the car, that include Nahel, the driver. His window is open. The cops have said they were in front of the car. Their life was in danger. When the video came out, clearly we can see they're not in front of the car. They passed the front wheel, which means that they're not in danger of being basically run over by the car. The window is open. The conversation is going on. He's obviously refusing to go along because perhaps he has a gun pointing at his face and the guy is telling him, I'm going to put one in your brain. So you need to take that into consideration. Remember the time when you were 17 years old and someone pointed a gun at your face. Even if you're in the wrong, you're going to do something stupid. You're not going to be able to compose yourself. And you got 2 kids, you're trying to impress your friend, you're a big shot, and you're going to do something stupid. Now, I don't think at all I can say, according to the video and the different witness testimonies coming out of the witness that actually was in the car. One fled when they hit the post, about a few hundred yards later, 100 yards later, they hit the post. The passenger fled the car. The one in the back was a minor. He was arrested by the police. Actually not arrested. He was brought to the police for questioning. He was released 2 hours later. And his testimony was absolutely confirmed by what we saw on the video. And there is no, at this moment, no doubt, and it's unequivocal that we can hear on the video the guy saying, I'm going to put one in your brain. When the car starts to move forward, the friends, the colleagues are saying, shoot him. I'm sorry, but if I'm in front of a 17-year-old cat, I've got 15, 20 years of experience in law enforcement. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the key of the car and maybe I'll give him a slap. You know, perhaps I'll give him a slap to teach him a lesson, but I ain't going to kill him. It's a kid, for Christ's sake. So I'm saying, let's not get engaged into the cops. We're blaming the cops. We're not blaming the cops. We're not blaming the cops. This is not that. And it's so easy to get into that trap. And I'm not going to be dragged into this trap. I've got good cops. I've got good relationship with my neighbors and my cops and my local police. I know them. They know me. We talk, we shake hands, we have a laugh. I have absolutely no problem. You know why? Because I'm reasonable. And you know why? Because they are reasonable. And if I need to say something, they will listen to what I have to say and vice versa. Because I'm of age, perhaps, and they know they have obvious troublemakers. We all have troublemakers in our cities, but there's a way to deal with them. And the way to deal with them is that, especially if you know who they are, they've already been pre-identified by the police as someone that drives without a driving license. Well, clearly shouldn't be able to rent a car. That's the first thing that I'm looking at. And the number 2 is that if he's doing it again, then surely that this is the law that should, you know, take care of him. The problem of the legal status in France for minors is really vague, and most of these minors get away with it and then they're sent home. But there is a difference in between punishing a kid and killing a kid, because that's an execution. And that is the reason why I don't need even to prove anything to anybody. The result is this person, this policeman, is right now in custody and is being basically charged, okay, for manslaughter and premeditated manslaughter. Now, of course, this is going to be an inquiry and we need to let the justice do their job. We don't need to go along and go, you know, it's not about blaming it. It's about justice, and it's about looking at what's happening and why this has triggered a massive unrest in the country. We didn't need that. We come out of a major major protests in France with the pension reform, the 49.3. We had the COVID-19. People are pissed off in these countries. And it's very right to say that there was not only just young French people, young people from the immigration that was there and complaining and protecting their community because they feel under attack. But they are also saying one thing is that yesterday, you probably not, read that, didn't have access to that information because it's part of the French forum and we talk amongst each other all year long. And there was a talk about the Gilets jaunes yesterday, actually joining with the people from the neighborhoods to start to come together and align our forces so we can actually say to this government to back off, because right now we've had enough. We've been lied to for so many years. We've been used to, and right now our money has been sent to Ukraine to promote more murders. We're just sick of it, and we want to get rid of Macron, and we want to get rid of anybody that surrounds this administration. We want to close our border. We want to get out of Europe. We want to get out of NATO. That's France right now, but it's untold because the media, the main media, are absolutely complicit with the government to make sure that narrative never see the day. That is the truth. Now, after you can tell all the stories you want, it doesn't matter. The truth is there, and it will stay.
Hold on, Chief. We got to move on. And the other thing is, early in this space, Freddie outlined a lot of the contextual details and surrounding this, and we gave a very good multivariate analysis. So you might have missed some of that. I'm not sure, but I think we've exhausted this line of inquiry. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go to another speaker if that's okay. Maybe if we have time later, but I mean, right now, I think let's just move on. And I also, people don't get the wrong impression that Chief is, right wing or anything. That's not true. As an albino frog, he is marginalized within the Pepe community, so he knows exactly what it's like to be on the wrong side of the tracks. I assure you. Thank you, Chief.
Finally, we're talking crypto. I've been waiting 2 hours to talk crypto.
Oh boy,
John
that
Tiger,
is
please.
hilarious.
John, go ahead.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, Patrick, thanks for having me. It's been an interesting conversation. I have to agree
Albino
with Freddie.
frog.
So, just some context to myself. I lived in France. I have French family. I lived in the French Riviera. And you start to experience and start to see the nature of life down there, especially when I was down there. It was in the sort of height of COVID. And the nature in which life existed, there versus, say, somewhere in the U.S. where it was still pretty bad in terms of COVID restrictions. It was very interesting to see how the police carried themselves and how society was ran. But I think the commentary I'll make is one. So I'll start by prefacing my entire point by saying 100% I agree with you, Freddie. I think that what happened was an actual travesty. I don't think the solution is to, as I think Chief had said, pass more laws, enforce law and order, this whole idea. I don't think, look, I'm all about, I think that there's an immigration problem. I think there's an open borders problem. I think there's a problem around, in my opinion, I think there's a problem around stagnation in France. But I think fundamentally, the point I'll make is that in France, people are fucking exhausted by the inflation, by the money going elsewhere instead of to their homes, to the constant fucking control by the central government in Paris that doesn't really take into account the things that people need. So this is a constant wave of unrest that we're seeing with the Gilets jaunes. Now we're seeing it again with Nahel, but we're also seeing it, intermittently in between these times over the course of, you saw it in 2005, I think 2004, massive riots, massive unrest in France because people are just generally not satisfied with the status quo. And constantly you elect these politicians, Sarkozy, Hollande, Macron, and it's the false promise, the continual false promise, people being fed bullshit, pretty much. So my sense is that the solution is not after Nahel. Of course, it's a terrible thing. There needs to be justice in this case, but I don't think the solution is going to be we're going to sit down and we're all going to, we're going to pass some laws and everything's going to be fixed. I think the solution is around citizen action. I think that it's collective action that's going to solve this. I think fundamentally people are tired of being treated like slaves. I think people are tired of being neglected. I think people are tired about the constraints, the economic constraints that are being, the noose that is being pulled around their neck. I think people are exhausted. I think it's not only in France. I think it's across all of Europe. That's why you're seeing the rise of a lot of right-wing entities which are addressing these problems pretty concretely or trying to address these problems. I think you're going to see the same thing happening in 2024 in America. But I think that generally speaking, and I'll finish my point. Having lived in France, I really did see a disconnect between and a lack of responsiveness between the government and the people. And I think that this is another outroar. So yeah, people are upset about Nahel, but they're upset about a lot of other things. And I think a good amount of people are going out into the streets to say, hey, we're upset about Nahel. And I also think there's a lot of people out there who are probably not out there for the right reasons. Absolutely. But I also think the vast majority of people out there are out there because they're not fundamentally happy with the conditions, material
And see,
and
this is an
non-material
excellent
in
point,
France
because
and also broadly in Europe.
it's
And I think
never
that's perfectly reasonable and very
it's never
justifiable, and I
thing
support
people
that
are upset about.
200%.
There's always more.
Well said. Well
There's
said.
never
It's
just
exactly what it is. You're
it's never just one thing. There's usually multiple things that people are upset about, and they will take advantage of whatever it is that's going on now to express their displeasure.
we expect from a civilized country. So of course not, we don't want to see that, and we'll never support that. However, we need to
Under normal
understand people's
circumstances,
grief. We need
whatever
to
they're upset
listen
about,
to it,
they're
and
not
they've
getting
raised their
hurt.
voice on many, many occasions. And all
And
they
so
get
when
from
things
the,
like
the
this
government is
happen,
complete silence
they
and the murders that
use
keep on
it
happening over and over.
as
And I
kind
think
of their
at the time
platform
of tensions,
to,
at the time
you
of
know,
huge inflations, and
let people
as I
know
said, there's
what they think.
not been any growth in this country for 40 years. I've not seen any growth. I've not seen any hope. I've not seen anything flourishing. The only people that are seeing flourishing and doing well are always the same. And they are in the governments and the friends of the people in the governments and now the friends of Europe. So it left us a little bit completely as a second-class citizens where we're just here to pay taxes, to basically accommodate their lifestyle. And that's got to come to an end one way or the other. And it's not going to be pretty because obviously they're trying to avoid as much as possible from the Yellow Vest movement to basically starting to create a coalition with the people even from lower class, from the neighborhood that really have absolutely nothing apart from surviving and their own economy. Then when these two are getting together, this is the end. It will not last 2 days. This country, the military will not get involved because this is not their jobs anyway. And they know they have no business in coming involved. And that's why they geared up this police and really created a very, very kind of a brutal police to repress not only the neighborhood, but we can see that. I mean, everybody saw the Yellow Vest movement. People, doesn't matter, old people, young people, everybody's getting a beating. Just because they are against the power, that's not a republic, that's not a democracy. And yes, we are promoting this model abroad, outside of our country. We're promoting that model when we can't even get it right in our own country. So as I said, Nahel is a very sad incident because it touches the heart of people, but I think it's go far beyond, as I say, just the murder of a kid, but it's expressing the frustration that every citizen in France can feel. And I think the government should be extremely worried. And if their tactics and if their idea is to get closer to a state of emergency, to get more power and more control, and they're not going to be listening, there's going to be a confrontation, and it's not going to get pretty, unfortunately. And I'm not proning for violence because I'm completely against it. I'm all for dialogue, and that is the reason why I say community leaders needs to come together and find a solution. So we need to create a pact, and that pact, it doesn't matter where you come from. As long as you want to protect your family, you are respectable and you respect others' views, and you can have and be part of the conversations, not with nonsense, no bullshit, no some kind of change the law, and everything's going to get better. No, you got to speak real. You got to be in the real world, not in the bubble. And the reality is we need to talk to each other again. Forget about the television. Go downstairs, talk to your neighbors, meet people that you normally would not meet. You got a person that is different than you. That's fine. He's French. He speaks French. You can go and say, look, normally I will not talk to you like you. Don't be nasty. I just want to get to know you, because that's the only way we're going to sort it out. And if we can't succeed with that, we're lost.
Khaleesi, do you mind if I break in for a second? Because Nahal's grandmother has just made a statement to the press in France, and she's basically called for calm. She basically said, stop doing this. Don't break windows. Don't break the schools, the buses. It's the moms who takes the buses. It's the moms who wait outside. So she's asking for people to calm down on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that earlier today. Sorry, go ahead, Patrick.
No, it's and don't let the animals out of the zoo. There's elephants charging down the street in Paris, and zebras. So it's quite extraordinary.
I still don't know that that's true. I don't know that there was actually any
France's shadow government and the rise of the corporate
anything
state.
like that going
Ladies and
on. That
gentlemen,
there has
this
been
is a
any zoo
bombshell
animals that have
report,
been
which
released.
Freddie did in 2022.
But we've got some
and,
video here.
To really
that I can finally
understand
put up.
the depth of the corruption in this country, you have to just look at this article and see, and it's not an exaggeration that the
Let's take a look at this. Why are there people whispering? I don't think this is. Let's go here instead.
Of us, and that you are not negating facts, because some people have been saying that an actual fact did not happen. No, that is not something that we do. And you feel like sticking your head into your freezer. What did you say before that? I have to backlog. Is it hot in your place? 17 degrees. That was you who commented on the temperature. Yes, it's not too hot here for me. It's okay. I'm wearing a polo shirt, and that's fine. Oh, should we go to the Dijon Street? There is a small Dijon Street around Bastille Square. He's definitely watching us. You can see his nickname. Bigre.
As you can
Don't
see,
look at my
things
screen.
are.
Yeah, that was kind of like that.
Wherever this guy is at, things are quiet.
Is the cell coverage near the tower better in the evening? It's better when you have less people. I mean, if you're going at sparkling time, you will have a lot of difficulties to stream. Sparkling time is the worst. I have to move away from the sparkling in order to get cellular coverage, which is also nice because you have the whole tower if you move away. If you're too close, you're filming only part of the tower. There are some policemen guarding the square, probably in case there would be protesters.
It's not thundering and lightning.
But no, there is only a streamer going to Dijon Street, Rue de Lappe. So Rue de Lappe, you have some nightclubs, some bars that are open all night. And usually you have people who are vomiting in that street because they're already drunk at 11. And it's kind of like Shibuya. You have monjas on the floor.
Mopeds, as you can see, mopeds are very, very
Twitch
popular. These
killing your
moped
battery,
things
overkilling.
that are kind of
Just
like,
guess
I
her
don't think they're
father
quite the
is
same as
French, apparently, but
motorcycles.
she's not speaking French at
They're
all.
very popular.
And you can compare to a Peachy. A Peachy, Bia is not French. She does not have French accent, but she has a much better French level than Just Kev. And it's so infuriating to hear Just Kev saying she is coming to France to get French nationality, French citizenship, while she's not speaking French at all and putting no effort. And Bia, who is just coming to France for visit and who say, I could study here, well, she speaks a really good French, in my opinion. So welcome to Rue de la the Parisian Dijon Street. And of course, it's cobblestones. Service is throttled in. That could. You like this bilingual stream? Rue de F. Is it effing? Pardon. Tes premières années à Paris, nice pubs, yes. Nice chicken spot. It's not a kebab. Apparently, they have a chicken spot instead. Yeah, people are trying to finish their bottles of alcohol in the street before entering the nightclub because the bottle is forbidden inside. Yeah, most of the shops are closed. That's unusual.
So most of the shops are closed, but hey, there's plenty of alcohol.
Yeah,
available.
also it's Sunday to Monday night, so maybe there are less people who are going out. I got some kind of fly in my mouth, which is really bad.
Ugh, gross. Poor guy.
Proteins, I know. So yeah.
So apparently,
Sunday
the
to
reason
Monday,
that we're
usually
not
people
really
are at
seeing
home,
anything is
they are
because
not
it's
going
actually
out.
very, very quiet right now in France. Most people are preparing for the fact that they got to go back to work in the morning.
People, manja.
I believe is what's going on.
Yeah, the street is quieter than usual. All those shops and bars on both sides of this part of the street, you should at least have 3 of them open, and they are just closed. 1 a.m. No, usually some of those shops are open all night. Fewer people. French quartier, what? As a student, you go out every day. Yeah, I'm not a student. I am working today because it's already Monday for me. Cobblestones, yes. No F, but poor signal. Demi F, okay. Yeah, so Peachy speaks a good level of French, in my opinion. And I think she would pass the French language test if she applied for French nationality, which would be complicated for her because she does not have French parents. But Just Kev, she has a French father, but her French is bad, like really bad. She pronounces every syllable the English way. You thought I quit? Yeah, so I have 2 more days at my work in order to do all the paperwork and stuff. So I'm technically not working anymore. I will just fill papers and get my final check and things. Who is a Peachy? Thai streamer. She's currently in Poland, I think. Whole of France is French Quartier. Yes, kind of. Okay, much quieter now. We have left the restaurant and bar areas. We have a Little Dick at our back. See? Little Dick. So his moped should not be making that much noise, but he felt necessary to put noise because of his
I am hearing unconfirmed reports that 100 Ross Adamson employees are leaving the power plants, the ZNPP, by the mayor of that city.
grosse engine. Shit, I don't know my German. Kleine Motor, kleine Schwanz, große Motorrad, große Motorrad, kleine Wurst. What the heck? Have you seen any riots today? Nothing. Disappointment. We have been all around Paris. I mean, we have been everywhere except in the 13, 14 district, and nothing. Fahrtkanon. Grosser Motor, kleine Wurst. Are you going to TwitchCon? I have a TwitchCon badge in my profile. I mean, and I will be on stage. I am part of one of the official panels. So if you go to TwitchCon on Sunday at 12, you will see me on stage.
Oh, cool. So this guy's going to be at TwitchCon. He's that popular.
You have a new job? No, I haven't started to apply yet. So I will be available for streamers in the next weeks. Although I may take some time to send some applications. Yeah, it's just super quiet. Thank you for the follows, guys. You can't be a Paris streamer and not have that badge. You can. The ticket is expensive. And if I didn't get the speaker free ticket, I will probably have not paid for the entry at the convention. I would have met people outside of the convention, like Cooksucks wants to do. But yeah. It's just too expensive. 80 euro for 1 day, 125 for 2 days.
Right now?
I mean, it's too expensive for a convention where you only have a few exhibitors.
Emergency services responding to something.
Do you meet Christophe Dara? I don't know if he's coming to Paris. I know that he's from Brussels area. But I don't know if he will be coming to Paris. I haven't watched his stream lately.
It's dead under the door now.
Useless siren? Yes, it's only in order to pass the red lights. Usually they don't have any kind of emergency apart from arriving earlier at their coffee break. All the other bike streamers joining you on stage. 5 other bicycle streamers are joining. And yeah, that's it. The size of a panel is 4 or 5 people. So here they added another popular video game streamer, Ken Bogart, who is one of the really early French streamers. He joined Twitch in 2012. So he is a big community, and the organization team thought that it would be great to have him since he's a sports cycling streamer. And yeah, it's a different kind of content compared to us. Pardon. Yeah, the other bicycle streamers are creating different kinds of content, infrastructure analysis, tourism, cultural background, cultural events, and he is doing sport content. So it's really different. And yeah, it is indeed a good addition to the panel to have that diversity of content creators. Rebonsoir, Lady Garner. À la rigueur, il suffit de streamer à l'entrée de TwitchCon pour voir tout le monde. Peut-être. Je ne sais pas s'il y a une entrée latérale pour les gros streamers ou pour les personnes qui arrivent en voiture. Mais c'est une possibilité. Les VIP, les super VIP. Merde, feu rouge. Tant pis. OK. That's for the M12, and that's demi-tour for the M12. U-turn from the M12. That worked. When will you have your pee? What? I'm not going to pee. Your partner, you mean? I'm far from having enough viewers for being partner. You have to be consistently having more than 75 viewers for a month, and I think I'm more like around 50. In March, I got close to that. I got 72, thanks to the protests against the pension reform in March, but that was not enough. It's only triggered at 75. Now you're around 300. Yeah, but that's only for one evening. You have to do that for 1 month. So quiet. No more motorbike. Apparently, I sound creepy in ASMR mode. Apparemment, j'ai l'air d'un pervers lorsque je fais de l'ASMR. Pervert stream. Oh, baby cry. Baby rage. Have you met Gaspar? Not yet. I hope to be able to meet him on Saturday for his panel, but I'm not sure they will be going to their panel. So, yeah, I don't know. I know that they're busy with their boat. I think they have finally been able to sail on their new boat. But, yeah, I don't know. Vive la France en anglais. Ouais, normalement je suis bilingue sur mon stream. Usually I'm bilingual on that stream. Les 300 comptent toujours? Oui. Oui, il faut que ce soit une moyenne, le 75. Donc si j'ai un stream où il n'y a que 20 personnes, ben, il faut que ça soit compensé par un stream où il y a plein de monde. Mais ouais, ça va être compliqué. Beyoncé still in Paris? I know that Owen Wilson is in Paris and he even owns a Brompton bike. He lives in Paris, Owen Wilson. I'm not sure he's still filming films. Celebrities and their cash money. USA would riot if poorer people had time to. Yes. I mean, US inequalities are so great. That's social justice is something we should aim to, but no one is really caring for that among our leaders. Many celebrities are in Paris right now? Really? Okay. Any of the panels gonna be shown on the Twitch channel or anything? I think they are showing only the main stage. So neither the Awkwards, neither us cyclists are on the main stage. So I don't think we will be on stream. I will try to record my my panel with a camera, but yeah, I don't know if we will ever be broadcasted officially. What is the best time of the year to visit Paris? There is no bad time. I mean, you have activities all around the year. For the weather, probably spring or autumn are best, but it also depends if you have allergies, if you're arriving for Easter, many things. Because if you're arriving for Easter, it will be expensive, you will have some shops closed. If you arrive in the middle of summer, you will have a lot of shops closed as well.
Oh, crap. But I don't remember the password. Yeah, I don't. That would make sense for me to be a female with a beard. That's funny. Sure, I'm gonna be a female with a beard. Let's go for it. So my class, my race is halfling. Let's go for it. Go up a level. Or at least I tried to go up a level. I'm not really sure what happened there. Oh, okay. That's all I had to do. Sneaky bastard sword. I love the names that they use in this game. I love it. It's funny. Charge spell, you may discard your whole hand minimum 3 cards to charge a single monster instead of fighting it. Discard the monster and take the treasure, but don't gain a level. Treasure's gameplay player may loot the room usable only once. Okay, what's this here? Well, you're not going to let me take any action, so... Oh, man. Ooh. Ah, they lost the sneaky bastard sword. Hmm. I'll hang on to all of that. I'll carry... Oh, it won't let me do anything with that. Okay. It won't let me carry it. Wish it would. Stream needs more violence. Well, Vuden on Rumble, thank you for that. Sorry I missed your comments. Unfortunately, there is nothing happening in France right now, so I'm playing a game right now, and I apologize that the way this works on my system, it doesn't allow me to share the sound. Do I want to removed? Sure, let's go for it. This will be fun. I will probably... Oh my goodness, yeah. I'm gonna lose horribly. Assuming that one of them doesn't offer to help. Yep, they're not gonna help me. Thanks! A whole bunch! Oh, I wanted to use the mate thing on them. I guess I couldn't play that particular card for some strange reason. To the 14 watching on Rumble, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And also remember that this is technically not my primary channel. I started streaming on the wrong one. Because we're professionals here. But I included the link there to the primary channel. It's rumble.com/channel/The Chugi Show. I'm wondering if we're going to be having any more storms coming through. Yep, we've got about maybe 30 minutes. Maybe 30 minutes before more storms come through. Playing this card along with a monster from your hand when someone is about to draw treasure cards. After combat, they don't get any treasure. Instead, they must fight your monster. All normal combat rules apply, including treasure for that monster or place card. And no monster just to deprive them of their treasure. See, at one point, I tried playing one of these cards, and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't letting me. I may want to keep that. See, it's not letting me play that. And I thought I was supposed to be able to. I thought that was the whole idea. But it won't let me. That was pointless because he still won. So. Mhm. You're not wear footwear if you're already footwear now they are destroyed. Do they have any footwear? They have footwear. I'm gonna play it on them. Oh, so I have to do it after combat. Okay. So there's this limited window of opportunity that I have to play that I don't understand. I don't want to do that. Let's see something here. Can I sell any of it? Has to come out to 1,000. I'm going to carry it for now. That's a better idea. To carry it. 2 in hand. He's wanting, I guess he's wanting to switch it for something that's more powerful, so sure, I guess. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's usable by humans only. What? Well, that was dumb. Oh, they lost a level. They're looking for trouble. Hee hee. Ah. I'm glad that they did not gain the level, so I stopped that. That's cool. Relish on Rumble says legendary Lee Kennedy. We were doing some streams from France for those of you watching on Rumble, but there's nothing going on. So you get to watch me play a game instead. Too bad I started streaming to the wrong Rumble channel because this is probably the most interaction I've ever had. Oh, goodness. I guess I didn't have a monster. I don't know. That's weird. I don't quite know why that happened the way that happened. I was trying to do it, but I guess I didn't technically have a monster to play along with it. I'm gonna do that one and that one. Or maybe I can sell some of these? No, not really. I don't really have anything. Or maybe he's on monster. I don't know. I tried. It's still too strong. If the monster had been stronger, it would have been worth it for me to play that card. But it really wasn't. Ooh. Cool. Hmm. Oh, it's like the same thing almost. Boots a butt kicking. Curse cards when you draw them. Curse cards when you draw them when you kick over the door. No, fetch curse cast by the players will fetch you. Lose a level. What the fuck? Well, if I had equipped myself with the other one, I wouldn't have lost a level. I'm going to do this, even though this thing is going to be... Ah. I should have done that one. Let's see if there are any of the people that I've been following on TikTok are live. No, there is apparently nobody really out protesting in France right now. Hey, Patty, there's like nothing happening in France right now, so that's why we're playing a game. And I'm about to lose this round because I was at a bookstore today and thought of you. What was it about the bookstore that made you think of me? I'm touched. Watch this. I'm so going to die. Ah. Oh, goodness. And I gotta tell you right now, they're not gonna help me. They never do. Assholes. Oh, they are gonna help me after all. Woohoo. What is happening? No, assholes. Are you kidding me? I don't have anything. Yeah. Well, that sucks. At least she lost some levels. She was at 9, I think. Oh, but of course, she goes up. Imagine that. And they're going to go back up to 9 because this one is going to be easily defeated. By someone who's for sale today was like, no, you make no sense, LOL. People stared, LOL. That's funny, Patty. There you go. Whoa, no. I thought they were going to lose, but I guess not. Oh. I think they're going to lose, so. Oh. Uh-huh. They lost. They're going to be in second place now. One item which gives you combat bonus special powers now cursed. It loses its power. I know what you're using this on. I'm using this on this lovely person. Ha 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 ha. Oh, really? Ignore fight because I'm a woman. I can ignore the fight. Yay! Go up a level. Woo-hoo. So now when I lose, I can at least be a level 3. Oh, I don't want him to win. What can I do? At least they're not going to get any treasure. But they still go up a level and they still win. Let's see, at least when I didn't win, at least I was at 3rd instead too. This is fun. Defaults on the when a player simply runs away, they gain a level. Can't be the winning level. So drawing dual cards at the start of the game, you start with Super Munchkin and 2 random classes and operate the 2 random races. Let's go! I'm still a woman with a beard. I'm a dwarf, an elf, and wizard, and a half breed. Got all that together. And they went up a level. How did they go up a level? That doesn't make sense. I bet they had a card. They must have had a card. To the 16 watching on Rumble, if you see, I did put my primary channel in chat. Feel free to like, share, and subscribe to my primary channel. If you want to support the stream, thank you. We are not currently showing anything in France because France has died down for the evening. We are going to make someone lose a level. Well, they still won. So I made them lose enough for nothing because they just won and they gained a level. That's just so unfair. Oh, here's something lovely on the Twitter. On the Twitter sphere. Let's pull this up. If it'll let me. I have to do it this way. News about Israel. So, lovely. Israel's preparing for rocket launches from Gaza following operations against Jenin per Khan. In Israel, they are preparing to fire rockets from Gaza following the activity in Jenin and convey a message. This would be a mistake for them. I'm not really entirely sure what they're referring to, but that can't be good. And this isn't even a challenge. I'm gonna single-handedly beat him. It doesn't need it. I'll defeat it. No. Ooh. Oh, wow. Yeah, attack. I'm gonna have to get rid of some of these, I'm assuming. No, it didn't make me get rid of any of them. For those still watching on Rumble, I am monitoring TikTok and seeing if anybody goes live on TikTok from France. some of the people that I am following, it has been very, very dead. It's been very, very dead over there. There's not going on. It appears maybe some of them are busy preparing to go to work the next day. That's possible. Yay, they gained a level. Oh, wow. I may end up winning this time. I have to get to 10 in order to win, and right now I'm at 8. I'm not going to worry about jumping in because they're going to win that easily. So it would be a waste of everything I have to bother to jump into that battle. Even if there's something I can play. Alright, let's go. My turn. Yeah, I'm gonna go looking for trouble. I may do things to make him a little bit stronger here. Pretending to try to make it challenging. Hey. Well, I was bored. I didn't even go up a level. No. Ah. That's funny. Choose a card. Oh, I lost my raise. I'm wondering if was I carrying something? Well, I guess I wasn't. Shoot. Thought maybe I was going to be able to replace the race. I'm losing all my... What? I'm losing everything? You suck. This game is getting drug out so much. Come on, I'm at 9. Give me the 9 so I can get to 10, and then I can win. Let's go. Oh. Had to lose some stuff because of... Alright. Let's do this. Yes. I'm going to destroy... What? No. No, do not add monsters, you assholes. Fuck all of you. What? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I don't even understand what... What is going on? I don't understand. Oh, I have to choose which monster will run away. Okay. I don't really understand what's happening here. Oh goodness! So I lost like everything. Holy crap! That is insane. See, this is why hey, you get close to winning it, and suddenly all these the ones that are not played by actual people, they're computer generated. All of a sudden, they've got all this great stuff, you know, and they just use it all on you, and it sucks. Oh yeah, look at that. Isn't that great? In fact, they get to go to level 8. And if they get to level 9, they win. Assholes. Or not on line. Did I say 9? They get to level 10. Did I say 9? I might have said 9. Whatever. Assholes. Every single one of them. The AI generated ones are assholes. Well, at least this will be easy to... Yay! I'm now level 9, so at least that was easy to defeat. No. I shouldn't be giving you a damn thing. You were mean to me. Ooh. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, of course! Well, he still loses a level. Ha! He loses multiple levels. That's great. Ooh. Sucks to be you. Sure, I'll accept a treasure. Continue. And I got to play guard, make him a baby, make him defenseless. Ha ha ha. That's my turn. And we're gonna win. What? Oh, we still won. But I might not. I didn't go up a level though. Damn it. They were able to use a card to where I won, but I didn't fucking go up a level. Oh, he was able to go up a level. Ah, fuck. And I don't have anything that I can use on him to make him lose. That really sucks. So, depending on what happens here, Mr. Chicken here is going to win because he's already a level 9. He gets a monster. Or if he's able to... Oh, he's only able to loot the room. So we might be okay. All right. Let's go. No! What the? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't have anything. See, I hate this shit. I should have won. I should have been able to win. But they allowed that, but the computer system allowed them to try cards that ensured that I was going to fucking lose. Ugh! This happens all the damn time. And so now they used all of that on me. And so this thing is going to win, no fucking problem. Asshole game. You could have had me draw the exact same damn cards. But no. You were going to win. I was going to fucking lose. Ugh. So over it. I don't know what this means. The AIs are supposed to be easy to beat? Yeah. No. Oh gosh. Who's initial equipped? I can only carry that. freaking kidding me? It has to be worth at least $800. See, this is the shit that it does to me. This is the shit that it does to me all the fucking time. I never get to play any of that shit on anybody ever. Are you freaking kidding me? Driving. They're probably not going to help me. I'll try. Assholes! No, I'm going to be stealing a level. That's fucking for sure. Are you kidding me? What the actual fuck? Well, so much for stealing a level. I just lost it. Ugh. My only consolation is that they are also all at level 1. That's my only consolation right now. Paddywhack, why do you keep leaving me? Yeah, we might as well. Hey, I got all its treasure. Hoo ha ha. That's unfortunate. So much stronger than you. That's unfortunate. Well, at least they lost a level. So that's something, I guess. Hey, I got some good things. Hey! And now I've got up a level. Woohoo! That makes me happy. Ooh. That makes me happy. But they have also gone up a level. Let's check TikTok here and make sure that nobody in France has gone live. We are, after all, have that in the description. Nope. Nobody has gone live. Can I play that? I don't know. I can't. Look for trouble. Hopefully, they haven't drawn something that they can make my life hell. Yay. That was easy. I wish I could have had something that would have ended up making the monster stronger, but no, doesn't work that way. Stretching. Oh, they were able to trade out monsters. That's not worth it. Yay. Yay.
Забываем пальчик. Забываем пальчик. Забываем пальчик. Забываем пальчик. Забываем пальчик. Забываем пальчик. Забываем пальчик.
Okay. Okay. Why can't I do anything? Why can't I use that? Oh. Okay. Why did the GM go up a level you can't use it if you're currently the highest player or tied for highest? That's weird. And of course, lost. I tied for second. Alright, I think I'm done. I'm getting nowhere. But it has been a really slow night. And absolutely fucking nothing going on anywhere. I still don't think that there's anybody live in France. Yeah, none of them. Well, let's end with this. Let's show some things from TikTok that can be funny.
And it kind of was to symbolize bringing in the summer in a weird way, a super weird way, but bring in the summer nonetheless. And it is fucking May. And I'm not going to say I'm mad about it or taking it personally, but it's supposed to fucking snow tonight, and it is absolute bullshit. So I'm going to try the same thing I did last year and hopefully bring in the summer. Now, if you made it this far, you know I am going to crush this watermelon with my thighs. So I don't want to hear any of those comments about, oh, this is so extra, this is weird. Why would you knew what you were here for. I warned you. If you stayed that long, it was consensual.
Oh gosh. Stayed that long and it was consensual. Oh.
It's a little slippery. It's like Dwight's watermelon.
Holy crap.
Dude, I fucking struggled a little bit there for a second. But remember, if you're still here, you chose not to scroll. I'm over it. Now,
This guy is wild. Let's see what else he's got here.
look, there's not really a whole lot of reasons for me to really wear a belt when I'm working outside. It really hurts. It kind of digs into me when I'm bending at the waist all day. But to be honest with you, I'm going to find at least one reason for you to make this video make any goddamn sense.
There's a point to him wearing the belt. So that's why he needs the belt.
Look, there's not really a whole lot of reasons for me to really wear a belt when I'm working outside. It really hurts. All right, let's get to the bottom of this question once and for all. Here we go. Most of the work you can do to help yourself out here is going to happen before you even get started. I want you to spray or oil your axe head with a rag using WD-40 or mineral oil. So we're going to lube up, not even trying to be funny, we're going to lube up before we get started. That is going to keep the axe head from getting stuck the first time you swing. See how it pops right out? Hold on, pay attention. We're not done yet. Rule number 2, you want to make sure the axe head is not as narrow as this one. You see how it has no cheeks and it's just got a straight, super skinny profile? We don't want that. You want something like this that's got a little bit more of an aggressive head to it. That way it's not as likely to get stuck inside the wood. All right, rule number 3, if you are not confident
You don't
that
want
you
to
can
be
get
getting
through this
stuck
piece
in the
of wood,
wood.
and you do
Yeah.
not know for sure that you have the power to do it in the middle, you could just work your way around the edges and save yourself the hassle. That way you reduce
There's
the
so much-
chances that it gets stuck.
Oh Lord. The jokes write themselves. The jokes write themselves.
Now, if you ignored me and you listened to none of the tips I just gave you, I'm still gonna help you out anyway. So if you get stuck using the wrong axe, I'm gonna help you get out. I want you to find that crack you just made where your axe is stuck. You're gonna take one of these splitting wedges and gently ease it in there. Until you can get your axe right back out. All right, let's get to the bottom of this question.
Let's see what it is.
I fucking love this question. Let's talk about it. I'm going to try to keep this safe for work because I really do want to take this question seriously. I'm not super good at keeping things PG, but I promise to try. So first and foremost, it's going to come down to preference. And I prefer to tell you guys that fiberglass is kind of bullshit. Now you're going to think I'm a little crazy for this one because it doesn't make a lot of sense. But a lot of these cheaper axes, even though they're have these rubber grips on them and stuff, I still think that once you have some decent calluses on your hands, wood just grips better. Next, if you break your fiberglass handle, there's really no saving the axe head. That's kind of the end of it. Whereas with a wood handle, you can change the handle, change the shape of it, resurface it, and hang this axe head on a different handle if you'd like to. And here's the last reason. You notice how much play there is in that fiberglass handle. I don't like that extra flexibility. That rigidity in the wood handle just feels better when you're striking it up against wood. Now there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but wood is a great shock absorber, and it seems nature still takes the W on that one. Next, now that we have, God, these fucking gloves are way too small for my hands. Next, now that we have established our collective preference being real wood, we are going to talk about taking care of the axe handle. So to keep our wooden handle lasting a long time, we're going to use linseed oil. Linseed oil. So what you want to do is you just want to oil the handle with linseed oil once a day for a week, and then once a week for a month, and then you should be fine. No eye contact. I promise this was going to be safe for work. Let's all look in different directions.
Let's all look in different directions.
Next, what we need is some mineral oil, and that is for the axe head to keep that thing nice and slick, anti-rust. We're just going to go ahead, take our time oiling up this axe head. And there we go. You are ready to go fuck some shit, mess some stuff up. I fucking love this question.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
There's a super good lesson buried in here, so I'm going to take a minute to use your comment to flip this and talk about it a little bit. And apologies ahead of time. I'm getting ready to go work out, and it's not my best outfit. And the main reason I'm addressing this negativity is really for the people who receive negativity in their life for trying, for effort. So that's going to be the foundation of our argument here. So this is a decent narrative you're trying to spin here, which is that I take myself too seriously, try too hard, think I'm the shit. The problem is that you're creating it based off the videos you're choosing to watch and not all of them. And if you took the time to see them all, you would find me making fun of myself, having a good time, smiling, and obviously finding how silly a lot of all of this is. But after all, we are on TikTok, so I thought we kind of just assumed that was the case. Moving on. Let's say I did take myself super seriously and was not able.
Whoops.
There's a super good lesson buried in here. A lot of all of this is, but after all, we are on TikTok, so I thought we kind of just assumed that was the case. Moving on. let's say I did take myself super seriously and was not able to make fun of myself, which is clearly not the case. But let's assume you, my friend, have chosen a very interesting line that you have deemed appropriate. A shirt off profile picture is good, right? That's not trying too hard. We're good there. I'm fine with it. I'm just checking. But no videos. So I've noticed there's a right amount of try. And because you know that line, you haven't crossed it. So I applaud you because I didn't have the insight. I didn't know what was cool. So I overshot it a little bit. If you're not picking up on my sarcasm, here's the point. No matter what you do, no matter how much you try to accomplish something or where you choose to stop, someone is going to think having a TikTok account is too much, while somebody else is going to think that or practice having a spicy link is totally okay, which I actually do believe is totally okay. The issue is trying to cater to what other people's lines and boundaries are for yourself. I noticed this was like your 4th or 5th comment on one of my videos, and today in a small amount of time. So you're probably lacking the need to address something. You might actually like it here. Maybe you're having a little fun. I ain't gonna judge you. To the rest of you, try all the fucking time. Super fucking hard. Try. I'm telling you, effort is probably the most attractive thing in the world. As long as you maintain the skill of being able to make fun of yourself and laugh at yourself along the way and understanding all of this is fucking silly. All of it is. Take a deep breath. There's a
Y'all, that is all for the evening. And he is absolutely right. Try. Try all the fucking time. I call myself the Chuggy Show. And you know what Chuggy means? Chuggy means trying too hard. You're trying too hard. And you know what? It's okay to try. You never try, then you never accomplish anything. You can never be better. You can never become more than what you are. So, whatever it is that you're doing, try. And in this instance, even if you're somehow trying so hard, then so be it. And having some interesting conversations with people. I am firmly convinced that Putin is not stupid enough to blow the power plant. Is Zelensky stupid enough to try to blow it and blame Russia? And so because of that, suddenly now NATO, which has been on the fence, will say, oh, well, this is it. This is the thin red line that he has crossed, and now we're going to go in? Maybe. There are some people that are convinced that he is actually the one that blew the power plant. They think that he was also the one that destroyed the pipeline. And here's the thing. I am not a Putin apologist by any stretch of the imagination. I think that's some of the things that we can pretty much confirm that he has done. Like, what is it all for? Why? It doesn't make any sense. So, I promise you, I cannot stand the man. But I just don't think it makes sense for him to try to blow the power plant. The best way to what was I even going to say? I got distracted by something. But the best way to ensure that they get in, that everyone gets into the war, is to go ahead and destroy the power plant. If you're Russia, you don't want that. You don't want NATO getting involved, the U.S. getting involved any more than they already are. However, if you are Zelensky, what do you want? You want NATO getting involved, and you want them putting an end to it once and for all. So, like, why would he be stupid enough? Why would Putin be stupid enough to blow the power plant? Would Zelensky be stupid enough to fill that in? I don't know. It's a good question. Good question. All right. So remember, everyone, the universe may seem large and wide and big, and you may feel small, but you can make a difference in the world around you because it takes all of us working together to make the kind of world that we want it to be. All right. Have a nice night. God bless. Bye.